Okay. Hello and good afternoon to each and every one of you here on this Tuesday. Yes, I know it's been quite a while since we've last done a Roblox show on a day we normally do it, but we are here. I don't have class on Tuesdays for the next 8 weeks, or pretty much for the rest of my college time in short terms. So, we're pretty much free to do Roblox in its entirety today. Isn't that nice? But before we get started, let's get to the Wordle here. I'm surprised Drew was only online for a brief moment after we hit the start button. I was expecting him to pop up on my public chat on my server. That's what I was expecting. You know it's not class. Oh no, can't be that. Clasp is the only other word I can think of, and yep, that is the word today. All right. So, as we are getting started here, oh boy, a lot of things have actually happened here before we even get into the Roblox extravaganza here. So, let me go ahead and open up the game. In fact, I can just go ahead and exit Discord over on the other PC. All right, well, of course, we're going to, of course, start with Cornerstone, as we usually do. And then let me put the game up on screen. Yeah, and I'll turn the volume down a bit. There we go. All right, so while it's loading, let me go ahead and take a moment here and talk about what's happened after we left you on Sunday night. So, as I'm sure you all know, that was the night before the weather radio service in Canada was supposed to shut down. So that was the night before. Well, nothing much really went on that night. I don't think, at least what I can think of. Although I did try to test out seasonal weather a little bit more. However, I still was not able to get it working. I know there is another important piece, but I find that other important piece kind of challenging. So, as such, I will be passing on seasonal weather for the time being, unless some other adjustments are made. So, I guess we'll see what happens, because I know that thing is still under heavy development and has been for quite a while now. So that was Sunday. Yeah, that was Sunday. So then we go to Monday. So of course Monday I was able to get more Ticket to Ride episodes. I was able to spend the day getting more Ticket to Ride episodes made. So yeah, I got more Ticket to Ride episodes made on Monday. What is this? All right, let's see. 400 credits. That definitely is not normal. Because normally it's like what, 150? Yeah, it's normally 150. Not sure why or how I ended up with 400, but I suppose this is very special. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot to mention it is St. Patrick's Day today. As I can see all the green, that's all the green that's lying around. Oh, and that reminds me. Why don't I change the looks of everything to be green as we normally have it for the weeklies and stuff? Ah, there we go. That fits much better with the theme. Well, you all can't see it, but I've just switched the color around on my. I haven't done it on the other PC yet, but I could if I wish to do so. All right, well, let's take a moment here and find our first game. And of course, since this is an update, they've moved some stuff around. This Avalanche game was definitely not there before. This was not there before, I don't believe. That wheel game is... Well, the wheel game got moved over here. So they did move some stuff around. They did move a lot of stuff around since our last visit. So, yeah, they did move some stuff around since our last show. Or rather, since the last time we were here, which was last Tuesday, right before that severe weather outbreak. Well, it keeps fluctuating between online and offline. But I do understand. Okay, it didn't even move me. And now I'm locked in. Like, I can't even move the balls anywhere. So pretty much I could just basically throw them anywhere. So something tells me there's something wrong here. I have to throw him like over the invisible barrier just to get him into the hole. Yeah, that definitely is not good. It's definitely not good when it does that. Oh, this secret sequence game was updated. Huh. All right, well, let me continue on with the story here. Because I was talking about I was on Monday, so yep, everything's half price as it usually is on Tuesdays. But getting 400 credits to work with is definitely odd. Very odd in nearly every way. Yeah, it's definitely pretty odd to see 400 credits. I suppose this might be special or something. But again, that I don't know. But regardless of that, yeah, we'll do the classic mode. Alright. So I was on Monday, right. So I managed to of course that was the first of 2 days that I got Ticket to Ride episodes recorded. So between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. that day, including my lunch break, that is, I was able to get a grand total of 40 episodes made. And since Sunday night, I had left Streamwriter recording all of the Weather Radio Canada transmitters. Well, actually, some of the transmitters that we have access to, like for example. Okay, what is this about? Yeah, sure. if he wants me and whatnot. So yeah, 40 episodes of Ticket to Ride were made. So yeah, 40 episodes of Ticket to Ride were made on Monday. All while I left 4 Weather Radio Canada transmitters recording. Well, their streams on Streamwriter, that is. And I, along with several other enthusiasts, were actually able to capture the very moment, the very last alert over Weather Radio Canada was ever sent. The very moment the last ever alert on Weather Radio Canada was sent out, which of course was an administrative message regarding the termination of service. I see. So yeah, I see whether Mario Brothers got it. Just to name a few, Juniper WX actually caught the final moments on a separate live stream too. He actually had 3 of his weather radios and streaming a web or a security camera, webcam, or whatever with a clock on the screen, showing the final hours of Weather Radio Canada. And it was on Edmonton XLM 572, which I had a stream of. And then I see SSP WXR, now called RAII. He actually got the final cycle as well as the actual administrative message regarding the shutdown. And I'm seeing all the comments saying that this was a horrible decision, and saying that this is the end of an era, and several others. So yeah. But yeah, so I caught the exact. Well, actually, it was actually in the middle of Ticket to Ride, and it was in the middle of me recording Ticket to Ride, and I did not know until I took my lunch break that I found out that the administrative message was sent out, marking the end of Weather Radio Canada. So that it was following those Ticket to Ride tapings and yesterday's episode of Jeopardy that I ended up going through all those recordings, and I had also captured the very last broadcast cycle, the full original broadcast cycle, on all 4 of those transmitters, including a minor error on the Toronto and Collingwood transmitters, where both the original announcement regarding the March 16th termination date and the permanent termination announcement were being broadcasted in the same cycle. So of course it was the station ID in English, and then the station ID in English and French, and then the discontinuation message in both languages. So both the original announcement about March 16th being the last day, and then the permanent termination message were in the cycle for 10. They were both in the cycle together for about 10 minutes, and then eventually.
I would be surprised if no Weather Radio United States did this too.
Well, actually, I found a video on it last night, but I mean, what I can say is that it's pretty unlikely to happen. Very unlikely, because the National Weather Service here in the United States, they know how reliable NOAA Weather Radio is here in the States. Something that Canada apparently now does not understand.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's just a reliability issue.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, because now I don't know. So now I don't know what all those Canadians are going to do when, I mean, I just don't know what to say. I mean, the only thing I can say is the government is just saying that, you know what? We think cell phones are, are the most reliable source for weather information. It's not. Exactly. Because what if What if a cell tower gets knocked down by severe weather, or if the power goes out,
Yeah,
or anything
it's
like
not
that?
reliable. You can't.
Exactly, then there isn't like any other reliable source.
You know what's even funnier, Flammable? Pagers aren't even reliable either. But oh, and then there's the question that comes up: is what if a NOAA weather radio transmitter tower goes out?
If it's just one transmitter, then of course you could tune to another one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could tune to another transmitter, but of course, when it does happen, when technical problems do happen, of course, the forecast office that maintains the transmitter puts out a statement or a message somewhere in the cycle letting other
Right.
transmitters in the transmitter, well, the coverage area of the transmitter that's out, letting them know that the station is having technical difficulties and that for weather information for these counties tuned to this transmitter. I mean, there's just so many examples I can name. So that's why my county specifically has two transmitters that cover it. Of course, with Plano being one of KXI 58 out of Plano being one of them, and then KZZ 81 Lockport, which is my main transmitter. So it's a good thing that there's another transmitter to turn to for my county if my main one goes down.
Yeah.
So like if Lockport gets taken off the air, well, if it goes off the air from a severe weather event, then of course I can just switch them over to Plano until the Lockport transmitter service is restored. And then of course, there are some counties where there's only one transmitter that serves it. Like for instance, Livingston. So it's at that point where you would check. It would be at that point where they would direct you to the
Right.
website for weather information until the transmitter is restored.
Mm-hmm.
So, thankfully, here the Weather Service cares if a transmitter goes down because they'd like to get it back up and running as quickly as possible. Although there are times where, there are some times where it can't be restored, like weather conditions or anything like that. So, in that case, they would just say tune to another station covering your county or check weather.gov for information and whatnot. But it's it's that it's that what's going on in Canada, but now it seems like it's more permanent. It seems like it's more permanent. I'm sure everybody in Canada was shocked when they sent the administrative mess when Weather Radio Canada had the first administrative message announcement regarding the discontinuation on February 23rd. As of course I remember I was trying to see what else I could take care of with 5th grader that day, and well, possibly another half of the 5th graders second season before I ended up scrapping the second half of it. So yeah, that was that really. So it's that, but for a longer period of time. In fact, much more permanent. So yeah, that's not good. But what's even worse is that I've heard like when there's people camping out, or those that are in the trucks and trucking and whatnot, they need those things. They need those things. Yeah, because there are some areas like in the country that don't even receive that could barely even get cell service or any kind of internet service for that matter.
Right.
So then at that point, weather radio then or any other kind of emergency frequency like that is really their only lifeline. So yeah, pretty much that's their only lifeline. But I see this quick drop game has actually been updated. It looks like the spinning containers are going crazy at times, like going backwards really fast before going back to normal speed. Maybe that's a bug or something, but I'm sure it'll be fixed eventually. So, but I'm sure it'll be fixed eventually. But it's all right.
As if coding doesn't have I don't know, but
yeah, well that's true. So yeah. So after I got tickets, so after I recorded those 40 episodes of Ticket to Ride, I ended up putting together what is actually the second to last episode of the End of Weather Radio Canada mini series, as I like to call it. Yeah, I'm calling it a mini series. Or it's basically me getting the final products, the very last thing, showcasing, stuff that Weather Radio Canada is relaying relays before they shut the system, before they discontinued the system. Like, for instance, all those winter storm products. Like those winter storm products, for example, and the last 3 weekly tests, plus the last ever monthly test that was done at the beginning of the month. Of course, unlike NOAA Weather Radio here in the States, well, for a majority of states, that is, Weather Radio Canada does its own monthly test on the first Wednesday of the month at noon, in addition to the weekly test that usually happens at that very same time during the week. However, with NOAA Weather Radio here in the United States, monthly tests they are done. However, as far as I know, only Wisconsin does it on a regular basis for daytime monthly tests. I know Colorado switches between NOAA Weather Radio and its rotation of monthly tests. Hanford does monthly tests during the daytime. However, Virginia, North Carolina, it's only Virginia and North Carolina, I believe Maryland too, yeah. Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina only do monthly tests over NWR for Severe Weather Awareness Week in those respective states. Like in the case of Virginia last week. Yeah, like last week being Virginia. Yeah, like with Virginia being last week. So yeah, Virginia's drill was last week, which was done over NWR. Well, because and that's the only time that Virginia does the monthly over NOAA Weather Radio, in addition to North Carolina. I mean, personally, I think that's something Illinois should start doing too, because I mean, they literally send out the monthly 15 minutes later. So I think it'd be nice if the Illinois monthly test was conducted at the same time as the tornado drill. Have the monthly sent out over NWR. I mean, that would be nice though, but unfortunately, that's not the way things go. But yeah, so yeah, and then of course even before and after my evening college class last night, I ended up putting together the what is technically now considered the second to last episode of the End of Weather Radio Canada mini-series. And with this little thing, I've actually made 2 versions. And I was going to say this earlier too. I actually made 2 versions. I made 2 versions of it. The first one being a standard version, which only includes the discontinuation message cycle. So it only includes the station ID and the discontinuation message in both English and French. On 4 different Weather Radio on the 4 Weather Radio Canada transmitters on NOAAweatherradio.org. Plus, it also includes 4 other Weather Radio Canada transmitters I was able to find on an SDR receiver in Manitoba, somewhere near Winnipeg. And of course, all of those are doing the discontinuation message as well. So, unfortunately, I missed the initial discontinuation message on those transmitters. I mean, that would be a lot to go. That would be a whole lot to go through. And of course, culminating with the fact that I was busy recording Ticket to Ride that morning. As far as I know, I believe it happened at 11, somewhere after 11 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, it actually happened at 11 a.m. Central Time on that Monday morning when the final discontinuation message was sent. So yeah, the shortened version includes only the discontinuation message in the cycle. But I had also made a 3-hour long extended version which not only includes the final discontinuation cycle, but also on XLM32 Edmonton, XMJ225 Toronto, and XMJ, the very last full regular broadcast cycle. Okay. So yeah, not only that, but I was able to capture on those 3 transmitters the very last full broadcast cycle, including the very moment the service termination administrative message was sent out. The very moment it was sent out, as well as the final as well as the forecasts in the cycle completing for the final time before going to the permanent discontinuation loop that it has been in for the past 30 almost 36 hours now. And of course that is going to continue for the foreseeable future until they shut off the transmitters or if they change their mind. Yeah, or if they listen to all the backlash and they end up changing their mind. But of course we will have to wait and see what happens next. So that was the extended version, which includes, which I said includes all that. But both versions, in fact, at the end of both versions, both the standard and the extended version, I was thinking about it too during production, or maybe prior to getting back to it. I was thinking about those because I had recorded some broadcast cycles from several different Weather Radio Canada transmitters back in 2019, back when they were still using the AVPAD system that they had been using since 2004, and before they switched over to iNotify 2 years after I had recorded those broadcast cycle videos. So I decided, as a little bonus, I ended up adding the broadcast cycles of 4 different transmitters, actually 5 different transmitters, from 2019. In fact, one of them being Toronto, another being Collingwood, and Edmonton was up at the time, so we had Edmonton. Also had a broadcast cycle of Montreal, as well as Roseau, or Roseau, I don't know how it's pronounced, but whatever. But yeah, that province in Ontario, that area in Ontario, when that stream was still active. So I ended up including all 5 stations in that at the end of that episode. In fact, of both versions. And of course, that's being added alongside several other videos, because once I heard the announcement, I ended up putting together a playlist of various enthusiast captures of the final moments of Weather Radio Canada's existence, some of which include the the last Weather Radio Canada weekly test, the discontinuation message on different transmitters, and I even also included the CTV news, the CTV newscast that was done 2 weeks, well, when the shutdown was announced. And I even found Canada WX as well. And in fact, the day of the shutdown, he actually decided to sell part of his collection, and he actually kept most of it. And he actually ended up keeping most of his collection. Then what is he doing with them now? Well, he actually said that I believe he said, and what he actually tried was for the moderate risk event yesterday, he actually ended up setting up an a short range FM transmitter, so that way his weather radios would continue to operate. So he set up an FM transmitter, and he sort of and he and he's actually rebroadcast and he's actually doing using an FM transmitter of KHB 30. He did KHB 36 in Manassas, Virginia, for the moderate risk yesterday. And I'm not sure what other transmitters he will do. What other transmitters he's gonna do? What he's gonna do next? But I say this is a pretty good way to keep those weather radios going. To keep those weather radios going. So, and this was on the KHB 36 Manassas stream. And yep, they all activated just as well as they have. So yeah, some enthusiasts who live closer to the U.S. border, they can actually pick up the NOAA weather radio transmitters over there. So yeah, if for instance, like in like the very central part of Canada, well, you're out of luck. So, but I do like the suggestions that he gave at the end of his the compilation of the last alerts of Weather Radio Canada. It's at the end of it where he put a phrase to get an FM transmitter or put a NOAA stream or try to make a revival project. Well, a revival project, well, I'd say that is a pretty difficult endeavor to achieve. But I mean, who knows? We'll see what happens in the future. But yeah, I guess we'll see what happens in the future here. So yeah, we'll see what ends up happening in the future. Maybe in like a few weeks or months from now. What they're gonna do about the what they're gonna do about these about putting these weather alert radios back to good use. But who knows? Only time will tell. Only time will tell what happens next from there. So after I got the so after I finished all those compilations, well, actually, let me rephrase that. So after getting both of those episodes made, what I ended up doing was, well, actually, I went to bed after I got those episodes made, and I just watched over the progress, and then after it correctly went up, then that was it. And then after that, I called it quits for the night. So, and then it was actually right as the extended version was almost up that whether Mario Brothers, or formerly Detroit Pontiac, finally got his capture of the shutdown message up. So he uploaded his capture of the shutdown message. So yeah, he got his capture of the shutdown message on VAZ 533 out of Windsor. Yeah, Windsor, Ontario. That's like right across the border. That's like right across the Detroit River, bordering, of course, Canada and the US. So he ended up getting that shutdown announcement on there. And there was actually something else that he mentioned too, and it was actually in the description. And the description of that shutdown capture said that sometime today, March 17th, was when the transmitters themselves were going to be shut down. And he actually found that out from I believe he said it was from a Facebook post from the No Weather Radio Canada group on Facebook. Yeah, to a Facebook post on the NWR and WRC group, they're planning on shutting off all their transmitters. So it says. So they said it could be any time. So, I mean, I didn't know of this until. Well, actually, I actually did not know of this until after the fact. So after the shutdown message, I pretty much decided to stop, monitoring the Canada stuff for a good while. But then after I saw the announcement, after I saw that description, I was thinking, you know what? I think I should. I was thinking once I saw the description. Here, let me reload this because I think it changed frequencies or something. Oh, that's right. This is a shared receiver, so that's right. This is that's a shared receiver. I almost forgot about that. So the day after, so let's see, that was today. So when I found out about the announcement, what I ended up doing was I actually ended up continuing. I continued monitoring those Canada transmitters. Okay, let me continue with what I was saying. Yeah, with what I was saying before I was interrupted. So let's see. So this morning, after I saw the description regarding the shutdown, regarding the actual transmitters themselves being turned off, I was waiting for it to go to one client. All right, let me switch this back to the weather radio. There we go. So when I found out, when I found the description out, well, in that Detroit Pontiac capture of the shutdown, when I found that out, I was actually even before the shutdown itself took place, I was thinking, I actually want to capture the shutdown of the moment they actually turn the transmitters themselves off. Yeah, I want to capture the moment they turned off the transmitters. So I was thinking it was going to happen, at like midnight. I mean, there wasn't any. I mean, there weren't any other details. There weren't any details other than the discontinuation of the service. So there were no details stating, when the transmitters were going to be turned off and the details and whatnot. But going by the description, I have a good feeling it's going to actually end up happening probably tonight. So I've actually had these. I have been recording those 4 transmitters again. Plus, I have also activated my SDR, my little SDR stream that we used in conjunction with that we used for the weeklies last week. Well, not last week. We didn't do that. We didn't do that last week. We did that. We did that the week before spring break. So yeah, it was the week before spring break we did that. And I saw what streams, were best to monitor, for SDR. So I'll have this SDR thing as another source. As another source for weather things, and maybe also I could use it to, maybe try to get the EMF tests through WPLD, like Air One, for example, and like Air One, for example, all that. But who knows? That I might end up doing. Yeah, that I might end up doing someday. But right now, I want to focus on, finishing up college and, of course, the spring taping cycle, which I was going to get back to. So, of course, today I was able to get another 35 Ticket to Ride episodes made, which now brings the grand total for the show at now to 475 episodes. So, meaning now only 25 episodes are left to make before that show reaches the finish line. So I'm hoping that on Thursday I can actually get that show to the finish line, because over the past couple of days, including today, I was able to get a whopping 20 episodes made just within a almost 4 hour time span from the moment I woke up in the morning to like 12 noon. Yeah, to like 12 noon around my lunchtime. So, what I'm thinking is, if all goes well on Thursday, I'll end up recording the last 25 episodes Yeah, the last 25 episodes of the Ticket to Ride series, the last episodes of the show. And also, after concluding the taping session today, an hour prior to the start of this live show, to the start of this live show, I also put down a line, like the very last sentence from the Ticket to Ride server shutdown message that's within the app. And I was thinking of reusing that and end up using that line to close the final episode of the show. So then after I get the final episode of Ticket to Ride made, then I still have a few other shows to catch up on. Yeah, I've still got a few other shows. Well, not my shows, but not any of the Jesslyn Field shows, but yeah, not any of those shows, but the stuff like The Perfect Line and Flip Side and all that. The stuff that ended up or scrambled up, the one that airs at like 8 in the morning, while I'm still in bed. So yeah, that basically. So yeah, basically that. So in terms of that, on Monday I did start by taking care of the first of the scrambled up episodes, and then I still have one more to take care of. I took care of the newest one that aired this morning. I took care of that during my lunch break today. And then that Monday night, I ended up taking care of the Perfect Line episode that aired that night, as well as both episodes of Flipside. Well, the Flipside episode from last night, plus the Flipside episode that for some reason ended up moving over to the U2, their sister channel, or secondary channel, whatever. And it was so they could just flip the programming from both channels around. I don't know why they did that, but I'm surprised that they did. So, after taking care of both of those shows, then, yeah, that was it, really. So, all I just have to take care of now are the two remaining Perfect Line episodes. But of course, since I'm home tonight, in addition to Wheel of Fortune, I will be able to take care of Flipside live. Well, when it airs live on the U, including the Perfect Line. So then after that, I suppose then afterward I'll be left with just one episode of Scrambled Up to take care of. And then when that is done, then again, there's only 2 Perfect Line episodes left. So only 2 of them left to take care of. So I know Wednesday, I'm sure we're going to be of course we're going to be busy that day. So yeah, I won't have time to take care of those episodes. But that is why I'd like to get Ticket to Ride taken care of, the rest of it taken care of rather, on Thursday. So that way, I can spend the rest of the afternoon taking care of the rest of those episodes of those shows. And then I'll be all caught up. And then I'll be all caught up with them all for Friday. Well, I won't be caught up completely, because I'll probably still have Flipside and the Perfect Line to see alongside Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit on that Thursday night. So, but I do know there is I do have another class that, a new class that is in the Thursday time slot. So that's why I did announce that Backyard Baseball would be starting much later. Yeah, much later, beginning this week, and continuing for the next 8 weeks. But if all goes well, I'm hoping that between 8 and 9 p.m., that is when I will be able to. That is when I will be able to start production. Well, be able to start the backyard baseball game. As of course, I'd like to get it done that night. And then so then on Friday, that is when I plan to get a head start on taping more Yahtzee episodes. Okay, something's going on with the game here. It's just taking a long time to load. Wow. See, the game doesn't even care about the arcade game doesn't even care about the strength of your connection. It doesn't even care. If there's no response, that's it. It's done. Well, yeah.
Oh no.
Let's yeah. All right. Let's see. Was that every? Let's see. I believe I said everything that I. So let's see about the weather radio shutdown, and so the thing is, if they actually end up shutting down the weather radio transmitters tonight, the all the Weather Radio Canada transmitters, if they actually end up shutting them down tonight, then all of that will go into the very last. Will all come together in what will be the very last episode of the end of Weather Radio Canada, which will actually document the transmitters themselves being turned off. So this is a moment that I mean is going to go down in radio history. That too. Yes, that I mean in the history books in just so many ways, but in just more ways than one. Yeah, in just in more ways than one, but yeah, in just so many ways. So if the transmitters end up getting turned off tonight, then I will get those clips put together following our Roblox show this after well, gosh, I am mixing up my lines here. So if they actually end up shutting the transmitters down tonight, I will put those all together in one final end of Weather Radio Canada episode, and I will get to producing and editing that immediately following our Roblox show tonight. So, and then after that is done, I mean, yeah. So then comes the next day. I mean, the weekly Test Wednesday show is going to be so much different now that Weather Radio Canada no longer exists. Because we've had it part of the show since the very beginning. Yeah, we've had them with our show since the very beginning. But of course, everything is very different now. It's so much different now, and it is going to be different now that we will not have any weather radio in another country. I mean, there used to be a stream of Weather Radio Germany or something. What was it? Weather Radio Germany or something like that? We used to have that years ago. But it's long gone now. And I think there used to be one I believe there used to be a stream of one in Mexico at one point. I believe within that same time frame. Yeah, I believe it was within that same time frame. Yeah, I believe it was within that same time frame, but yeah, in Mexico, tests are run every 3 hours or every 3 hours or something, which is interesting to say the least. But it isn't used for weather; it's for earthquakes because of Mexico's alerta sismica thing, as they call it. well,
Alerta sísmica.
yeah.
Alerta
Yeah,
sísmica.
I don't know why I've been intrigued by those Sasmex receivers.
Wait, the United States needs to jail its
I mean, I was thinking,
butterflies.
I was, and even after seeing one of those, I was thinking, how would it behave here in the US? How would it behave here in the United States under no weather radio? Gee, I don't know.
Well,
But I guess we'll never know.
well, we need an alert system anyways for earthquakes because
Because it's unpredictable, but the alert to Sismica thing is like an earthquake early warning.
yes, we need that. We need that freaking system.
Yeah, I mean, I heard California. I found out California has actually implemented one,
Yeah.
but I haven't heard too much about it since then. But but really, that's what Mexico's alert system really is. It's just a earthquake early warning.
Yeah.
So really, that's all that is. But in terms of seeing how those Sasmix receivers that of course belt out the signature alert to Sismica audio clip. Well, I guess we will. I guess how it'll behave in the United States will only remain a mystery
I just fucked it up. Oh well.
until until someone actually gets their hand on one of those receivers of that kind specifically.
Okay.
But I don't know when that's going to be. But who knows?
Hold on.
But I guess until that day comes, we'll never know. But yeah, I've kind of gone off track here. So I said tomorrow we'd be doing our weekly test show as usual. And then Thursday, I'd like to get Ticket to Ride totally finished, as in record the remaining 25 episodes of the show, and finish up making up all the other shows that I had yet to see, including the other episode of Scrambled Up from when I was on spring break last week, and the Perfect Line episode that aired. No, I did watch the one that aired on last night. So what was it? Tuesday? No, it wasn't Tuesday. It wasn't Wednesday either. It was mainly Thursday. It was mainly Thursday. But yeah, it was mainly on Thursday night. But that one actually ended up airing early in the morning. So I'll take a look at those and I'll get the rest of those taken care of. And let's see. And yeah, Wednesday, and then of course Wednesday during my lunch break, during our weekly test show, I'll take care of the last of the Scrambled Up episodes. I'll take care of the last of it. And then that night is when the Greatest Average American is supposed to be on ABC. And of course, by the time I get back, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna want to get back. Pretty sure I want to get back and get back to the show, and continue the weekly test show as it where we were at, because by then we would continue with the little eBay scavenger hunt and things like that.
No.
Yeah, the eBay scavenger hunt, Deal or No Deal with Brandon, and of course Yahtzee. Well, we call it Yahtzee Live here, but
wait, are you actually doing it tonight?
nope, we don't do that till tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Wednesday. Well, I'm not gonna be. I was gonna join actually tomorrow, but stupid freaking severe weather awareness week is interrupting me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Ohio is supposed to do their severe weather awareness week drill tomorrow. Michigan is supposed to do theirs as well.
Why?
I believe those are the only two states. Although there could be more. And then the following week is when we're supposed to get is when we're supposed to get is when we're supposed to get Iowa and Nebraska together.
Oh, technically correct.
So yeah, that's when we're supposed to get Iowa and Nebraska's drills. So, and then I believe Maryland is supposed to be on April 8th. I believe is Maryland, and then Thursday the 16th of April is going to be the last ones. That being Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Oh.
So that after both of those states, then that's all of it. And that will be all the severe weather awareness week drills.
Function is
So. So yeah, then on Friday, so going back to the schedule here, so then on Friday, I can, so that way then on Friday, I can actually get a head start on recording more episodes of Yahtzee. The actual series. As prior to spring break, I was able to get a grand total of 300 of them made. And my calculations from when I did Yahtzee for just the 2 separate days, Thursday and Friday, it was actually 2 weeks prior to spring break. I was able to get a grand total of 110 episodes recorded just within that time span. Yeah, just within that time span, I was able to get a total of 110. 50 episodes on Thursday, and then another 60 on that Friday. So, doing the calculations here. Doing 60 episodes of Yahtzee this Friday would bring it up to 360. Monday the 23rd, I would be able to get it up to the 400 mark. Tuesday the 24th, it would end up at 460. So then Thursday the 26th, I can end up recording the final 40 episodes of the show.
500 episodes.
Yeah. So yeah, basically I'm recording the entirety of both series before they even begin airing. Now, before they even air for the first time. I mean, it's crazy, but I just want to, get ahead. I mean, that's what I like to do, get ahead, because, I mean, the thing is, people like myself have a busy life, so. So, of course, I want to be as, up to date as possible on these shows, so that way I don't have to worry too much about them. Because if something ends up coming up abruptly, like for instance that dinner outing on that one Saturday night that came up that I was only told about towards the end of the Friday Fun Night show when we were on Sorry Strategy. Yeah, when we were on regular Sorry Strategy at that time, that was when I was told about that dinner outing, and I had to make some changes with the Weekend Fun and Game show that week, to accommodate for those changes. But of course, I was able to cope with them, and then of course we were able to get back on track with everything. Like we had to multitask Sorry, and Play Teen and Roblox Arcade. We had to multitask all three. Well, with Play 9 and Roblox, with Play 9 and Sorry happening simultaneously. Yeah, happening simultaneously, and then after Play 9 was finished, then of course we transitioned to Roblox Arcade, and we got those done. And then I don't even think we even had time to. I don't even think we had time to even get a single duel in. A single Yu-Gi-Oh duel in at that point. So I mean, we just had to jump to the random character extravaganza at that point because that's how far behind we were. That's how far behind we were. That's how far behind we were that night. But I'm glad that paid off. And that's all I care. It paid off. So yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
So then, of course, after I get those episodes of Yahtzee made, then for another week, another week and 2 days, technically. It has to do with another spring break, but I will not go into another. I won't go into any details on it. We'll be taking a week off from taping, any other show, and we're going to be using that time to record more episodes of the Sorry PC game, as well as Big John's Wheel of Fortune. So we'll be recording more episodes of both shows. So yeah, more episodes of both shows that week. Hopefully beginning on Friday, March 27th. And that will continue until the end of the day on Monday, April 6th. So yeah, that'll continue till the end of the day. Okay. Are we back? I hope we are. Alright, I think we are. Alright, I believe we are back now. Yes, we are. I know the secondary got screwed up. And so did this thing. Okay. I sincerely apologize for the interruption. Now, let's get back to what we were doing before that happened. So let me get back to what we were doing before that happened. Alright, so now I can't remember what I was saying beforehand. So I said that... Where was I at? So I said that starting March 27th. So I said that beginning March 27th and continuing until the end of the day on April 6th. That is going to be when I end up recording more episodes of both the Sorry PC game, and Big John's Wheel of Fortune. So I'll end up recording both shows simultaneously. And in the case of Big John's Wheel of Fortune, taping of the show is going to continue through Weekly Test Wednesday, because through the Weekly Test Wednesday show, just like the last time. Yeah, just like the last time. But, of course, that's because I handle it over on another machine. That's, of course, because I handle the production of the show on a different PC than my main system, so... If it was done on my main PC, then we wouldn't be doing the show at all. And I do know it knocked. I do understand it knocked both of our. That thing knocked both of the things offline. But yeah, I understand it knocked both of them offline. But in fact, I'll go ahead and reduce the main now to only KPCC. Did WALK really conduct a second test? Because I saw them do one. This morning. So, all right. So let me get this guy back up and running here. Okay, monitor 2 saying the secondary is offline. That is not good. That is not good. That is not good when it says that the secondary is off the air. It says max retries. Oh wait, wrong PC. Is that the command to stop? Oh, it's Z to stop. Okay. Okay, says it's still active. All right. All right. So now that those have been All right, so now that that's been taken care of, all right. So everything's back up and running now. So I was saying again that from March 27th until April 6th, well, until the end of the day on April 6th, I would be recording episodes of both Sorry and Big John's Wheel of Fortune, with Big John's Wheel continuing through the Weekly Test Wednesday show that week. And then beginning April 7th, that is when I would begin production on the Bowling Train's fourth and final season. And in fact, I plan to span 25 episodes. Across 4 separate days. Tuesday the 7th, Thursday the 9th, Friday the 10th, and Monday the 13th. After those have been made, then it would be time to begin production on the Minecraft Travel Series remake, the official remake / reboot project of that show. Of that show. And then after that is done, and then after that is totally finished, then I guess that's the end of the spring. That's the end of the main, pretty much the spring taping cycle in terms of other shows. But of course, during that break, on the 27th, well, during that time on, again, between the 27th and the between the 27th and the 6th, and also with other weeks in between, I will be continuing to work on that interstate project that, of course, is prompting the whole travel series remake endeavor to begin with. To begin with. So for those who haven't been keeping track, or not been following along, at the end of this week's show, which we did on Sunday, we had finished the construction of a massive interchange with 4 different interstates: 202, 105, 2, and 1. We've also built an extension of what will be now known as Interstate 389. We've also set its permanent endpoint right after Interstate 1. So it will have a direct connection with Interstate 2, of course. And then everything else that's already there, those will remain as they are. So it'll start at I-89 and will end right after Interstate 1. I've also realigned that other road and built a new bridge where it will not only directly connect with Interstate 2, but in addition to that, will also connect with Interstate 121, which I also recently brought up a downtown extension project, because we're going to be adding a few more miles of it. So instead of it ending at I-202, it's now going to end at Interstate 4. And then it will run on what is at the moment the Chicago connection. So, yes, and at the very end of that show this week, they also realigned the power line towers. Well, actually, some of them. to fit with the new interstate. There are still some remnants of other towers that are still there, like the ones that ran alongside the original section of Interstate 302 when the what I'd like to call Interchange Island existed before we eradicated it piece by piece. When we eradicated it piece by piece with this project. So yeah, that was when we eradicated that entire project. And when we eradicated the whole island piece by piece, starting with Interstate 202 when we built its new bridge. Well, actually, it's a bridge that's based on the same design as the one that had been there since we extended it a bit further south when we completed Interstate when we built Interstate 5's extension. And when we built I-5's extension to Interstate 92. And I've actually also brought up the possibility of maybe it and I-92 running concurrent going into Lakeland simultaneously. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but for now, I-5 is going to remain at where its endpoint is going to remain at I-92. But I was also thinking of maybe eliminating the I-5 interstate designation altogether in my Minecraft world because there already is an Interstate 5 in reality. Yeah, because in reality, there's already an Interstate 5. Did the game just stop on me? Okay, I think the game just disconnected. Yep. All right. All right, let's try it again here. Yeah, let's try it again. So yeah, considering that road is pretty short, I'm either thinking either eliminating the designation entirely. So yeah, either eliminate the I-5 designation altogether. Well, actually, I've got so I've got a few possibilities with that section, but I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute when we go over to that sensory world. Yeah, too hard. I'm going to get that free bonus spin. So I'm not going to run away from this game just yet. So I'm not running away just yet. And while we're waiting for that bonus spin, let me pull up the list of things that I have that I've yet to build. Yep, no bonus. All right. Well, that is that. On to Sensory World we go. We were going to do Roblox in its entirety last week, but again, we had that severe weather event, which pretty much prevented us from doing so. And of course, as much as I'd like to hear the music in this game, I'd rather not. So, but of course, that's good to know. Yes, this cat. Don't know if I'm gonna get to see the. I don't know if I'm gonna get to see Sir Archie and Abigail again for Easter. Yeah, for Easter coming up. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the case, but I don't know. I don't know for sure if I'll get to see them again. Or Jack the dog, Jack the dog, possibly. Oh, for goodness sakes! Wow. Oh, hey, actually reconnecting worked, but it reset the volume. So let me just set that again. All right. Why don't we head somewhere where it's a little more pleasant? Because in my mind, I'm kind of stressed out after all these technical difficulties that we're having here today. Oh, this is much nicer. Oh, this is much nicer. The sound of the waves. Yeah, this is so much nicer. With the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. Well, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a sound that I'll be hearing a lot. I'll be hearing a lot this summer. But again, I've told you the details of it, but I did not go too far. So, but again, this is one of the sounds I'm looking forward to hearing over the summer. This has already been a very this year has already been off to a very crazy start for me in almost every sense possible. So, oh, that's weird. Streamwriter is incrementing like the second, uppercase letter of whatever I have in there is like a lowercase letter. I don't know why it's doing that, which is odd. And I didn't even change the showcase time. Let me fix that. Yeah, let me take a moment and fix that here. All right. I'm gonna just restart the game. I'm just gonna restart the game I'm just gonna restart the game altogether. So I'm not sure what else is going on here. But I did see Drew was active in my general, but I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised he didn't ask for a voice call or anything. Oh, it says the game's already running. So I'll have to wait a little bit before I can start it again. But that's all right. Because it was just closing down the previous instance. So yeah, I mean, even today I was having technical difficulties with Ticket to Ride. In fact, the screencaster that I had, when I tried to do the game, recording the episode, the screencaster crashed on me. Well, the screen mirroring actually crashed on. It crashed on me. I believe it was 3 or 4 times. It actually ended up crashing on me. Well, what I mean by crashing is just just hanging, and then it just randomly disconnected. So, and a lot of times where the game would just a lot of times where the game where the picture or the feed itself would just hang for even a few seconds, and then the music would be just like, and then whatever audio output was like sped up so fast, just so it could catch up. So that's really what it is. All right. Okay, hopefully that fixed everything. I highly doubt it did, but let's just keep it going and see what happens. But again, it might be something on this device personally, but that's right. Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and let the sound of the waves continue while I continue talking with where I was at with the Minecraft stuff. So of course I said that we did the power line. We did the power lines at the end of Sunday's show. So next week we are going to So next week we'll move on to the next stage of this project, which we are going to build 2 new interchanges at Interstate 289. The first is at Interstate 2 and 283. Did it again. I don't know. It's probably up with this device or something, or the driver. I don't know. I don't know, but everything was working well up to this point. So, oh hey, I remember this one. But I can go over to see what what it actually is. Oh, that's that theme I hear a lot on those tech videos. Yeah, a lot of those crazy tech experiments and things like that. So yeah. So yeah, when we get back to the Minecraft construction next week, next Sunday, we're going to continue on with the construction. We're going to build 2 new interchanges at Interstate 289. The first at 2 and 283. In fact, where 283 and 2 will both run concurrent with one another before the 2 split and go their separate ways. And then at the Interstate 202 Northern Extension. So that's the next part of this. So that's what's next to come. The other thing then is we're also going to be rerouting those power line towers that run alongside Interstate 283. So we're going to be building whole new towers. So we're going to build whole new towers that will that'll run beside the ones that are coming from 302. 302, the town of Elborg, whatever it is, same thing. So basically, of course, we've relinked the chains, and of course, I gotta reconstruct those other lines. So I gotta get some of those lines I gotta reconstruct, but I'll probably add another chain. I'll probably add another chain of towers to those lines, but I don't know exactly what I'm gonna be adding alongside them with, but I'll think about that when we get to that point. So that's what we'll be doing next week on next week's Minecraft show. When those interchanges are totally done, I'm thinking then it will be by that time where we'll work on the Interstate 121 extension, as I will officially call it. So we're going to be extending Interstate 121 past the downtown core, not going through downtown, but past downtown. So we're going to extend 121 to Interstate 4, where the original terminus of Interstate 304 was. Where the original terminus of Interstate where the terminus of 304 originally was before we shifted its terminus over before we shifted it over to its present day terminus at Interstate 202. We're talking about going from Interstate 4 at the 498 split, as I like to call it, because Interstate 4 branches off, terminates 304, and then the other section of 4 becomes Interstate 98. As of course we've worked on that extension several months ago. So a lot has happened in this massive endeavor of a project. So again, the 121 extension is one of the next things we'll be working with. So yeah, the 121 extension is the next thing that we'll be working with. alongside reconstructing the interchange with Interstate 4 and 104, which we will end up removing the remains of a separate dual span bridge that connected what was Interstate 2 over the river onto that interchange island, as I've mentioned many times already. So that is what we're looking to do for next week's show. For next week's Minecraft show, that's what we're looking to do. So that's what I'm hoping to complete. And then in the week after that, that is when I would like to get to work on the Interstate 302. That's when I would like to get to work on the Interstate 302 reroute, where I'll be rerouting Interstate 302 on a new permanent alignment. So where in its early years it was looping around almost like a beltway. Yeah, almost like a beltway around the my fictional Chicago area. But now it is going to have an actual start and an actual endpoint. So right now I believe it was, let's see, how did I name it? The northern terminus and then the southern terminus. I believe that's how I described it. So the northern terminus. So the northern terminus comes up at Interstate 89, where the two would originally run alongside each other before they split. So that's where 302's new endpoint will be. And then continuing north, its other endpoint will be at Interstate 89. Now, 89 is one of its endpoints. The other endpoint so then that other endpoint is at Interstate 32, which again is the main reason why we're doing all of this. Why we are doing all of this. Yeah, which is why we're doing all of this. Alright, so yeah, then 302 is next. So then the 302 extension or reroute would be the next thing we do. And then when that is totally complete, then of course all that's left to do is build a whole new spur route. So we're either going to call it Interstate 332, or I was thinking we will actually reroute Interstate 56 over to that new alignment. That's not what I wanted. We would reroute Interstate 56 onto that new alignment, and then Interstate 4 will just be completely independent. So it'll be a totally independent interstate. So yeah, it'll be a totally independent interstate from all the others. So, I mean, there's going to be very few times then where multiple interstates run concurrent with one another. So like Interstate 2 and 356, and then Interstate 2 and Interstate 1, and then Interstate 2 and Interstate 283. Those examples. Yeah, those are very particular examples. All right, let's see what other game we can play here. All right, we haven't played Super Golf yet, so let's do that. So then after we build that spur route, then of course what's left to get done at that point. So then after that's done, then what's left to do? I'll give it a minute. All right. I think there might be something wrong with this device here. Let's see. All right, let's see here. One moment. Okay, let's see if that solves the problem. So let's see if that fixes the problem. Let's see if that fixes the issue here. All right, certainly looking more positive, but I'm not gonna get ahead of myself because who knows? I could be who knows? The internet connection could be so weak it could kick me out of the game abruptly. So I wouldn't want that personally. All right, but now that we've hopefully gotten that taken care of, back to where we were in terms of the. I think I said everything I needed to say. So next week we're going to build the interchanges with 289 and 202. And then whatever time's left after that, we're going to do the 121 downtown extension, as well as reconstruct the interchange with Interstate 4, 104, and Interstate 5. Yes, we're going to do Interstate 5 as well. So yes, we're going to do Interstate 5 as well. And then, yeah, we're going to do I-5 as well. And then when that is finished, the following week, we'll work on building Interstate 302. So I'm talking about the week of the 22nd and then the 29th. So then we wouldn't be able to get to the Interstate 332 spur until April 5th. And that actually is one of the last projects. These are actually one of the last projects that we have to get done, for the Interstate 32 extension or for the Interstate 32 construction. So these are one of the very last projects that we have to get done. So I was thinking during spring break, during the day, I will get the signs up for each of the interstates. I'll get the signs up for each of the interstates. So I'll get the signs up for each of the interstates. So I'll probably just pick different interstates in a random order. So essentially, I'll just choose roadways in. I'll choose different roadways in no particular order. So I'll probably just work with getting the signs up for that roadway each day. So like for instance, if on the let's see, the 27th would be the first day, but I would be spending the first part of that day doing the college work, as I heard there's supposed to be one of those, I don't know, like double module exams, whatever it is, for one of my classes next week, as far as I've heard. Because I've actually been given sort of a preview at the end of yesterday's class. Oh, come on! Yep. See, I said what I said. I shouldn't be getting ahead of myself. Let's try like disconnecting the Wi-Fi from the PC and then turning it on again. All right. I don't know if that's going to mitigate everything, but or maybe it could be just me or the service itself is having issues. I don't know what is the case, but again, that is something we will never know. Yeah, but again, that's something we will never know. But then, as I said during spring break, I will be recording. But then, as I said during spring break, I'll be recording. Well, not spring break, but let me get this right. So during the week, so the 27th, after I take care of the last of my college assignments for the week, that is when I will get together. I will get ready to put together the signs across most of these interstates. So the signage mainly I will be doing off camera. So like I'll start with one interstate and then move on to another interstate. So yeah, like I'll start with one interstate and then move on to another interstate and so on and so forth. And then even off camera during the bowling train production cycle. And then off camera during the bowling train production cycle, probably after my evening college class each respective night. Then what I would end up doing is I'll work on putting the signs up with more of those interstates. And then after those signs are, and then once those signs are fully up, then of course I'll just remove each of those projects from the list. So then, whatever time remains on the 5th, following the completion of the 332 spur, but I'll probably do what I did with that other interstate. I'll just dig the road off camera, and then I'll go around to putting up the overpasses and the signage and everything like that. So all that I would do that we would do on stream, and then once all of that is set and done, in fact that process might end up continuing into the 12th. So maybe on that Tuesday the 7th, we might actually end up doing another Minecraft show that week. Yeah, doing another Minecraft show that week, where we would, where what we would do is, instead of doing Roblox on that Tuesday, we'll just do Roblox Arcade on that Saturday, and then spend the 7th getting the rest of that project together. And then after it is totally done, and then once that thing is totally finished, then of course, then as I've said, I'll work on the signage off camera and everything like that. Yeah, there is definitely something wrong here, because not even, so there definitely is something wrong on there's definitely something going on Roblox's end or something. So I mean, we were doing everything just fine until, all right. Well, now I can't play because everybody else already did, so yeah, I've been pretty much reset. Yeah, I mean, I had already completed the hole, and it just thinks that I didn't complete it, so. But okay. So yeah, we may have to add a second Minecraft show on the 7th, but of course, as we get closer to that, if I have to, I will of course let you all know. So I'll be working on putting up the signs on the roads that we have already completed. So then that way on April 12th, we could spend the entire time putting up the signs on Interstate 32, on the new Interstate 32 roadway. So hopefully by then, April 12th, we can then finally put a nice big red bow on this project. And at this point, and then at that point, close quite a crazy chapter of Minecraft construction. This Interstate 32 construction project and other subsequent projects that that when combined, took well over a year. In fact, it took over a year, I believe, because I just want to be sure that I got that fact right. So I want to look back at some of the other Minecraft shows that we did. So I want to be totally sure. Oh, that's right, because we were doing it prior to. So yeah, we definitely have been working on that for quite some time. A long time, in fact. So yeah, I'm gonna say. So yeah, I'm going to say we've been working on it for well over a year. And so April 12th could finally be the day we put an end to this long construction endeavor. Yeah, to this long construction endeavor that we have been working on for all this time. Yeah, that we have been working on for all this time. So then, again, April 12th is when I'm hoping to complete all of this. So that way, then on Tuesday, the 14th of April, I can then finally start production again on the Travel Series remake. Now, when this remake project begins, I'm actually going to separate this thing into two separate phases. Into two phases. Oh yeah, and one more thing I forgot to mention. I'm going to be getting rid of all the leftovers of all the other interstates that were there before it. So that's what I'll be. That's what I'll be doing in terms of that. Yeah, in terms of that. Yeah, in terms of that. So then. So yeah, I mean all the leftovers, like the other like the old sign trusses, some old power line towers that were removed as part of the project. All that stuff. So all that stuff. So yeah, all that stuff basically. So yeah, all of that stuff pretty much. So I mean that's pretty much going to be the pre-recording phase of the project, of the Travel Series reboot project. And then I'll be recording the roadways. I'll record the roads in their entirety from start to finish, end to end. And of course, I'll take note of which ones I've recorded and which ones need to be edited. So then after everything has been recorded, the next stage after that is, of course, the editing. Where, of course, edit all of the clips. Put in the music, put in the graphics, the graphics, the text boxes, the everything. So yeah, everything you could possibly think of. Okay, that was too much. There we go. So that process, I believe, would continue through the rest of April. And then I'm hoping that by the end of the month, I can have that entire project complete. Which would then air after the Bowling Train airs its final episode, well, the week after. In fact, speaking of after the final episode, of course, Friday was the last episode of the last Meal or No Meal episode. Alright, seems like it's acting better, so let's see if we can actually get through a... All right, let's see if we can get through a full game before it. See if we can get through a full game before it cuts out on me again. So yeah. So yeah. Once the travel series project is done, everything's been edited and scheduled. Then, of course, the next thing after that. So, well, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I keep getting thrown off here. So, of course, Friday. So, of course, Friday was the last episode of Meal or No Meal. So, it started yesterday and continuing until April 3rd. Remakes of older travel series episodes. This was part of that. I was part of that Street View remake project that came at the end of the at the end of the spring tape at the end of the fall taping cycle last year, 2025. So this is the first set of several. There's supposed to be another set after that, but it's going to be probably around the same time span. But this one is spanning 3 weeks. And then the second, and then the second set, the last set, and then the last set will span a grand total of, will span only 2 weeks. So this first set is going to be the longest of them all. And then the second set will only be a week shorter, so only 2 weeks worth. And then what we're going to do in terms of the Minecraft show after this massive project is done, who knows? Who knows what we'll do next? We'll probably just build more houses and hotels and things like that. As I know it's been a while since we've last built a building of any kind, so... Time's still counting up, but it's frozen now. It's still going. Yep, there we go. Yep. Well, we got as far as we did before it would do that again. So, yeah, it could be something, but again, I don't know. So yeah, I think that's everything. I think that's everything then that I needed to say. Yep, there we go. I didn't even get a chance. Yeah, I did not even get a chance at all. There we go. So yeah, in terms of the Minecraft project and what the rest of the spring taping cycle holds, that's what's to come. That is everything that is to come, pretty much. Alright, so... Bronze at 63 seconds. Yep, there it goes again. I could respawn, but it's not doing anything. I mean, the network connection's working fine, so it's probably something going on Roblox end or something. I don't know. I don't know, but we're just gonna but the show must go on. Oh, from Siskiyou County, California. The hazardous materials warning from earlier. Yeah, it didn't do that hard enough. There we go. So yeah, I've still got the SDR receiver going, just to see if the transmitter is actually end up being turned off. Currently playing, awaiting the shutdown of Weather Radio Canada.
789-7733.
That's great. It says awaiting the shutdown of Weather Radio Canada.
6:08 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
listeners too. My SDR receiver and probably my name too. Genre varied.
Please note that weather radio and weather are no longer in service. A radio related forecast is available via the Canadian Coast Guard. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application.
For your local weather information.
Vous écoutez présentement la station Radio Météo Canada.
Radio Météo Canada. Enjoy those voices while you can, because they're not going to be there much longer. It was supposed to be sometime tonight, and they're going to hit the off switch. But it still has not happened. Or was operated by Environment and Climate Change Canada now.
The current time is Tuesday, March 17, 2026, 6:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
And there's the title. So yeah, I'm keeping the STR thing going. I did say I was going to refresh it every hour on the hour. So I'll go ahead and refresh it. Should put me back to where I was before. There we go. Some days it works and sometimes it doesn't, and seems like this is one of those days. But we're gonna keep going with the game until we get to the end here. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application for your local weather information. Vous écoutez présentement la station Radio Météo Canada. VFN 783 Asta Irak est diffusant sur la fréquence de 162 475 MHz. Service offert par l'Assurance des changements climatiques Canada. Le commentaire de VSH numéro 7. Alright. Well, that's as much of the game as we can play, because I'm hearing dinner already. So, before we decide what to do next, I'm gonna go ahead and let you all listen into the, no, not the secondary, this one, of the, let's see if the transmitter actually ends up shutting down. So, here it is.
Téléservice Radio Météo et bonjour météo ne sont plus en service. La prévision maritime est disponible via le système radio de la garde côtière canadienne. Visitez canada.ca/météo ou téléchargez l'application mobile MétéoCan pour obtenir votre information météorologique locale. Please note that weather radio and HelloWeather are no longer in service. A radio marine forecast is available via the Canadian Coast Guard. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application for your local weather information.
Vous écoutez présentement la station Radio Météo Canada, VFN 683, Asta Imbach, diffusant sur la fréquence 162 475 MHz. Service offert par Environnement et Changement Climatique Canada. Tout commentaire devrait être acheminé au 1-877-789-7733. L'heure actuelle, 18h15, l'heure avancée du centre, mardi 17 mars 2026.
This is Weather Radio Canada, station VFN 683, broadcasting from Steinbach on a frequency of 162.475 MHz. This service is operated by Environment and Climate Change Canada. Comments should be directed to 1-877-789-7733. The current time is Tuesday, March 17, 2026, 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Prenez notre téléservice Radio Météo et bonjour météo ne sont plus en service. La prévision maritime est disponible via le système radio de la garde côtière canadienne. Visitez canada.ca/météo ou téléchargez l'application mobile MétéoCan pour obtenir votre information météorologique locale.
Please note that weather radio and HelloWeather are no longer in service. A radio marine forecast is available via the Canadian Coast Guard. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application for your local weather information.
Vous écoutez présentement la station Radio Météo Canada, VFN 683, Asta Imbach, diffusant sur la fréquence 162 475 MHz. Service offert par Environnement et Changement Climatique Canada. Tout commentaire devrait être acheminé au 1-877-789-7733. L'heure actuelle, 18h17, l'heure avancée du centre, mardi 17 mars 2026.
This is Weather Radio Canada, station VFN 683, broadcasting from Steinbach on a frequency of 162.475 MHz. This service is operated by Environment and Climate Change Canada. Comments should be directed to 1-877-789-7733. The current time is Tuesday, March 17, 2026, 6:17 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Prenez notre téléservice Radio Météo et bonjour météo ne sont plus en service. La prévision maritime est disponible via le système radio de la garde côtière canadienne. Visitez canada.ca/météo ou téléchargez l'application mobile MétéoCan pour obtenir votre information météorologique locale.
Please note that weather radio and HelloWeather are no longer in service. A radio marine forecast is available via the Canadian Coast Guard. Visit canada.ca/weather or download the WeatherCan mobile application for your local weather information.
Vous écoutez présentement la station Radio Météo Canada, VFN 683, Asta Imbach, diffusant sur la fréquence 162 475 MHz. Service offert par Environnement et Changement Climatique
Alright, I
Canada.
think that's enough of it running. It's been running for some time, so. Alright, why don't we go on to another game here? Oh yeah, the RL Scale Sandbox. We haven't touched this one in quite some time. Alright, hopefully we'll have better luck. I hope so. Listener's Peak 4. Well, that includes my logger. Alright, let's see here. No, not train manager. It saves. Load. Long commuter. Commuter 2. What was this one? Was this one where I had that long commuter train or something? Oh, I told it load. It's not loading. What the heck? Oh my god. I don't like it when it does this. Alright, let's try again. Okay, we're getting further. And I can tell that this is not the project that I was thinking of. Oh yeah, this is where I made that very long commuter train. How long it is. Yeah, it's that long commuter train. Alright, let's try a different one. Was this one where I had that loop? Aha, exactly. Here's where I had that, here's where I had looping commuter trains. So let's see here. What the heck? Oh no! The coaster train is running without it's running without its rear cab car. Ah, whatever. Ah, whatever. Ah, no, stop. Don't run like that. You need all your cars. You can't run without your cars. There you go. This, I think, deserves a genuine remake. Wait, what the hell? What the heck? Alright, something's up with one of them. Yeah, something's going on with one of them. Oh, there it goes. Oh my gosh. I don't know what we're going to do with this. Yeah, there's probably something wrong with on Roblox's end tonight. Here, let's try loading that again. Wait, hold up. I didn't select the save state. Oh, there we go. Okay. Where's the train at? Where's the darn train at? Ah, yes, here it is. Here's where we loaded up all these intermodal containers. Alright. Can this thing go around at least once without it crashing on me? I hope so. Alright. bother loading the containers. Just gonna move you over to the crossing. And we'll just let you all watch this train going around. Okay, hopefully these problems will be mitigated, but I'm gonna have to wait until. Looks like we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Because I'm sure Wheel of Fortune's about to come back. So I'm gonna get back to that, and then we'll move on to the. And then we'll try again with that game we were trying to do earlier. Alright. Now, let's try what we were trying to do earlier again. Oh, wait, this one. Oregon Freeways. What is this one about? Oh, I can favorite it before I even visit it. Interesting. Alright. But that is something we'll take a look at a little later on. USA map. Ooh, that includes I-57. Alright. Let's try again with what we were doing earlier. Before whatever happened in the other room stopped us. Well, pretty much. So let's see. See if we can get further. So I'm gonna go ahead and load this again. Alright, so let me go ahead and load up the containers. Alright. Now it looks like I can't even move the train. Oh, there it goes again. Oh darn, I thought restarting the machine was gonna work. I thought it was going to work, but alright, well, if I have to go as far as actually turning off the machine just to get it running, just to get it working, then that's what I'll do. Alright. Let's see if we can actually get it moving. on tonight. All right, well, I guess I will have to. I guess I will have to take it a step further here. We'll be back in another 2 minutes then. Okay. Let's cross our fingers here and hope this works. Because if this does not, we may actually have to end up we may actually end up moving. We might actually end up continuing somewhere else here. So. All right, so we're going to try this again. And I'm just going to go straight to loading the map. All right. Let's hope this works. honestly know what's going on here tonight. I don't know what the heck could be going on with this, so... I mean, it was working just fine earlier. Or maybe it's because the service is probably overloaded. It could be. Because, I mean, here our internet connection's working just fine. So... Because, I mean, it wasn't doing this... I mean, it wasn't doing this before, but... I mean, it seems to be doing better now. And I do understand that there is something going on somewhere else. But at the same time, I want to capture the shutdown of Weather Radio Canada. So, alright. So, at this point then, we seem to be having technical... Yeah, we seem to be having technical difficulties here with the game tonight, but... Yeah, this was definitely not the outcome I expected, but... We're gonna try and do as much as we can. But, yeah, we're gonna try to get through as much as we can here. But with all of that being said, I'm afraid we might have to cut the show. We might have to cut the show short this week. I hate to say it, but if this problem continues, then I'm afraid we may have to cut the show short. Or we could just shift the show over to mobile and we can just finish it on there. I'll think about it, but for right now, I'll let you all enjoy the count, and we'll go back to Flipside. there's definitely something wrong here. Alright, let's see. I want to see if this is something related to the server. I want to be sure where 277 is. I could try reinstalling the game if it keeps doing this. So, 'cause, I mean, it was working fine before. So yeah, maybe reinstalling the game could help. So you know what? That could work. That actually could work. I could try reinstalling the game. That could fix the problem. So. That's probably what's been going on here. In fact, I think we could try it. You know what? I'll go ahead and give it a try and see if that works. I know it's gonna... Let's see, does it have the info on when it was last updated? That's the question. Let's see here. It has 3/14/2026, so I suppose it was when it was updated. Okay, let's try the reset function. All right. So let's see if the repair function does anything. I don't think Drew is gonna come. Okay, so maybe running the repair command might do something, but let's try it. Let's try the repair command and see if that fixes anything. If it does not, then I may have to end up reinstalling it. So, all right. So let's see if the not reset, but repair command does anything. So let's see if this does anything. Okay, we're definitely missing a connection. But I actually will go ahead and attempt to reinstall the game. Maybe that might solve stuff. So let's see. So let's see if that does anything. So here we go. Let's go ahead and reinstall it. Huh. So yeah, on their site, maybe reinstalling the game might end up fixing the problem that we're having. So it isn't related to the network; it's most likely the game itself. So let's see if maybe a complete game reinstallation might fix the issue. In fact, yeah, in some cases, complete reinstallation may end up fixing the issues that we're having right now. Oh, actually, never mind. I'm seeing the network thing go fluctuate. So yeah, it's not the game, it's the connection, but still I'm reinstalling it. Just so I can fix any corruptions. Yeah, just so I can fix any corruptions that may be present in the software. Alright, let's see. So that just might be the network adapter not having a good day. Alright. Alright. Let's try this again and hope and pray that this works. I highly doubt it will. Let's see. as I figured, it must be the connection. Exactly why I'm on the SGR receipt, because I'm waiting for someone to capture the moment they shut down the transmitters. Start these. Well, start again. So yeah, there is definitely something going on with definitely is something going on with the Wi-Fi driver in this machine. Of course, sometimes it takes a driver update to fix it. 'Cause I know this is the latest driver, so. I want to be sure that it is the latest one. Alright. Back to the perfect one. I think it's best we move over to mobile. But I'd like to play that Oregon, what was it? That Oregon Freeway game. As I said, the show must go on. This thing is still active. Okay, I think I might have hit a button I was not supposed to hit. I did. Must have pressed a button I was not supposed to hit. Yeah, I don't know what button I pressed. I believe it was that. I believe it was when I pressed that one. Alright. That should be back up now. That should be back up. I understand it missed the WashU Nevada test, but I don't care about that much anymore, so yeah. So, wait to see if Environment Canada is going to shut the transmitter off, but as I've said at the top of the show, when I found out about whether Mario Brothers video on the service discontinuation announcement, the description read that the we have to terminate some processes. Let's see if it happens so suddenly. seems like it's hanging on, but I'm gonna actually keep the network metrics on the side. I know it's gonna look weird, but I want to keep the network metrics on the side. But yeah, something tells me it is related to the network card inside of my PC. But I was going to check and see if Dell had put out a new driver update for my Wi-Fi card in here. So there's an Ethernet controller. This is the latest one from October 31st. But it seems like as of right now it's getting its act together, so... Yeah, it seems like it's getting its act together at the moment. So... But yeah, seems like it's getting its act together, which I think is good news. So, but yeah, I'll keep watching the network metrics as okay. At this point, I think we're ready to try again with what we were going to try to do earlier before Wheel of Fortune. And that was this one, RL Scale Sandbox. We were going to play this one earlier, but we never got a chance to, so. Alright, I'm just gonna go straight to starting the train. I'm not gonna load the containers or anything, I'm just gonna start the train. Alright, I'm gonna go finish up the perfect line, and let's see if this works. Alright. It seems like it's getting its act together. So, that seems to be good. That seems to be good. It's getting its act together. Yep, and there it goes. And the sound just fades away pretty quickly. Alright. Now on to the Oregon Freeways game, now that the network card inside of my machine has gotten its act together. I haven't seen what this game's about yet, so... Alright, let's see. So this is the... Whoa, oh, okay. Alright. Hold on, let me reset. Okay, that was not what I expected. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's not doing this right. Let's see, because I know we're... Let's see here. Is there like a... Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, that's about, it seems like the creator of this game has a Discord server, too. Entrance. I don't know if that's spelled right, but it sure don't sound like it. That thing up here doesn't do anything. So, it seems like I can't drive this. But I can get into the passenger seat. But trying to get into the driver's seat just throws me all over the place. So, wait, whoa, okay. Yeah, this game definitely is, this is a pretty, what were the notes on this? Oh, I see, there's only 60%. So, so that can't be good. If we can't drive, then what's the point? Do we just run the whole time? Alright, well, let's see if we can drive a fire truck. I wonder if we can. Let's see. Oh, regen. Click the button and that regenerates both fire trucks. So. Meter on. Turn right to neighborhood. Exit 9, or head north on I-5 for Portland. I wonder how far it goes. The Rock Drive. Okay, we have some more cars here. Can we drive any of them, though? I don't think we can. Oh! Wait a minute. Okay, we got something. So, alright. Now, alright, that turns on the lights. Now, which one gets us into drive? Okay, so that is an improvement. However, we are neutral. So I know there was supposed to be that custom menu or something. So, yeah, I don't think there's any controls here. Oh, it just changes the view of the vehicle. Now it's locked in, I can't move it. That's for the custom song. I can't really move using the arrow keys. I know we tried this before, so, but it seems like it's been a while, so I can't remember. Is it just from the vehicle? Or is that why it's not letting me move? So, yeah, it looks like I can't move. I can't, So it looks like at the moment I can't really move on any of these cars. Because when I try to... Oh, wait, here we go. I see the button. That turns on the engine. So that's what turns on the engine. However, I've already, However... I presume those vehicles are broken. They're broken beyond repair. So now where the heck did we just spawn? What is this? Like a random viaduct or something? Server clock. That sure don't look like a proper... That sure don't look like a proper time counter. Okay, but I see that's a gas station. So great, we're kind of driving the highways Minecraft style. And this is what I mean by Minecraft style, where I'm just running down the road. Wait, what does that sign say? Now leaving Washington for Oregon. Yeah, this is what I call driving Minecraft style. Because, I mean, unless you know there's like, unless you find like a mod for it, then, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. But why is there no sound on the game? And I suppose just like the other ones, the car... Whoa, okay. Alright, so, of course, E to flip the vehicle. Oh yeah, there isn't even any space. There isn't even any space, because it's literally in between two bridge spans. Yeah, that already doesn't look good. So I guess it looks like whatever car you find, good luck. So, as I can't really turn it over. Yeah. So I could maybe push it over just to, give it some room, but still, I don't think there would be enough room for it to go. Yeah, there's not even enough space for it to flip. Yeah, for the vehicle to turn over. Alright. Now, where do we go here to change? This is the dashboard. Okay. And then about... And then it's about commands. So let's see. Respawn. Yeah, don't think there's a way I can, I feel like I'm the only one in this game right now. So, what is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be all freeways? But it sure looks like it's all freeways. Oh well, let's do this Minecraft style. Mount Hood Seaside. This is I-205. Okay, so we've just spawned at a random point. And... okay, now we have some more fire trucks. Let's see if we can drive one of these. Okay, I'm not seeing the controls. I guess there's some you just press the, I suppose on some of them you just press E. Oh, here we go. Alright. I'm sure we'll be fine with driving, I'm sure... I mean, it's not going to be the best, but you know what? This'll have to do. So, great. I guess we'll, okay, what the heck just happened? I guess I'm not the only one. And I guess there isn't really a way I can turn this around back to its normal size. I can't really turn it around back to the way it should be. Which of course is not good. But of course, as we saw in the other fire station, I can go over and just grab the other fire truck. And then we can try again. As soon as I can get in here. Oh, wait, that's the passenger seat. We want to be in the driver's seat. This is what gets us all the speed stuff. Yeah, it's like I gotta go hard on this. Yeah, maybe if I just regenerate both fire trucks, that might do something. Okay, there we go. Now we're moving. Okay. Will we be able to get somewhere this time? I hope. And, yep, this is the max speed of the fire truck. Only that number that I'm probably not going to say. How about we pick something? How about we pick one of my chiptune tracks that's been on my mind for some time? Like this one. Oh, good. Good to know there is sound on the game. But I'm trying to slow down here. Great. Okay, I can't really move. Okay, let's... Does it just pick a spawn point at random? Okay, it looks like it just picks a... Looks like it just picks a spawn point. It just picks a spawn point at random on the map. Which is weird. Okay, here we are. Here's where we were at before. We were at the entrance, and we were going to try to get into this convertible. So we can get in the passenger seat. However, we cannot really get into the driver's seat. I can press E as many times as I'd like, and then it just puts me under the car, which is not good. Not good at all. So, what else have we got here? Well, this might be doable. However, it doesn't look like it'll let me drive. Maybe some of these cars aren't drivable. Alright. We might have better luck this time. Because I've got another fire truck. Let's try to see if we can navigate around. But I think we're getting somewhere now. Oh gosh, the trees are in the way. And here, I'll turn the game down so you can hear the music. But too bad we can't go any higher than this. Interstate 5. That's where we want to go. We want to get on I-5. Wait, there's palm trees. Heading south on I-5 will take us to San Diego. I believe what gets us onto southbound I-5. Great, I'm stuck again. There's another fire truck that's just sitting there. Can we get in? Okay, good. We can drive this one. Alright. Hopefully we're back on track. Or not, because I already just screwed it up. Because I screwed it up. Again. Now I can't even move. Via I-5 South. Well, actually, that's not true. I-5 going south to Seattle, that would be coming from Canada. Going north, it would actually be going north from Portland. Okay. Maybe I'll just keep respawning until we find a point with I guess maybe there is a rotation of respawns. So maybe there is a rotation of spawn points on here. Oh, now this one we haven't seen before. Alright, let's try Alright, we're going to try again with this fire truck. Alright, let's see if we get further this time. We're looking for Interstate 5. This is for 205, so that might help us. So let's go slow. And there we go, right off the trestle. Oh, here's a car. Just hit E to turn it around. There should be enough space. Drop. Alright. Now I think we should be able to move. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we're moving. Now, however, now we gotta find our way onto the actual roadway. Hey, oh wait, hold up. Okay, wait, we had it for a second. Darn. We had it for a second. Oh wait, there we go. There we are. There we go. Now we're moving. Hallelujah. Wait, this is US 76. Oh no, US 26. Alright, let's turn around at Sycamore Highway. We're gonna turn around and head the other direction. So yeah, let's turn around and head the other way. I think the game said this is supposed to be a this isn't supposed to look exactly like the state of Oregon. Yep, 205. To Vancouver. And then there's a 205 in the other direction. All right, let's take 205. All right, hopefully this will get us somewhere. Hopefully this will take us back to Interstate 5. Or if there's any more after it. Wait, how do we go from 12 to 19? Sure, I checked the numbers. Okay, we are counting down. So exit 15, I-205 north, 16A. Here we go, I-5 south. Here we go. Southbound I-5. A lot of this info with the roads is actually incorrect. Yeah. As here it is. Southbound to, well, one says southbound to Eugene, Oregon. So, I think a lot of this may be incorrect. Oh, in fact, it so is incorrect because southbound is counting up. When in reality, southbound should be counting down. Should be counting down, not up. Oregon thanks you. Come back soon. So that tells me we're in Washington State now. I suppose this is the end of it, so we'll have to turn around. So I guess it ends sometime within the after the Washington State border. You're now leaving Washington. Welcome to Oregon. A lot of these overpasses, but I can definitely tell this is a fan-made recreation. Because the bridge is not that multi-cantilever dual bridge cantilever truss drawbridge span, whatever it is. Yeah, the interstate bridge as it's called. See how far we can go in this direction. Although I don't think we can go far. In reality, northbound should be going to Seattle. Okay, so that's as far as we can go on Interstate 5. How about 205? Let's see how much farther we can go. Wait a minute, was that the end point? Yep, it says I-5 bypass. So it looks like that's the end point. So it looks like that's the end point of I-205. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, this one from the Harlem video, the Harlem remake. Turn around. Correct way. Turn around. How far we can go on 205. Yeah, exit 17. Let's see if the entirety of 205 is documented here. Salem, Interstate 5. Washington, so only 17 miles in Oregon. And just continue to Washington State. There's that BP again. Shell, whatever. Then we meet Interstate 5 again. And this is as far as it goes. Looks like there's more to it. Yeah, looks like there's more to it. It's just that some elements have not loaded. That was the N205 sign. So this is where 205 ends. Just go through all these ramps and interchanges. This really is a freeway. This really is a freeway paradise. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the game's volume up again. So I wonder if this will take us back around to 205, like where we were at earlier. Yep, it's going to take us back around to 205. So pretty much this is like a loop. So this is from the other direction. But yeah, I gotta say, this is actually quite a nice recreation. Although there's that one car where I couldn't really, get into. But that actually looks like a pretty good game, I must say. I mean, I like that with the freeways and everything, so I really like that. That's very nice. Okay. Now, we are going to go ahead and head back to DeKalb as I take my snack break here, but looks like as of right now, the Canada broadcasts are still going. I want to see if so I'm going to keep the STR going for as long as possible, just to see when they end up. Well, now it's not a matter of if; it's pretty much now a matter of when Environment Canada is going to pull the plug on weather radios. Now that they've discontinued it almost 36 hours ago. How long is it going to be before they hit the off button on the transmitters? To me, it already feels like I'm in 2009, watching as every Chicago television station shuts off their analog transmitter and switch to digital-only broadcasting. I kind of feel like I'm in that. Or I can compare it to this. Well, I can compare this to that. So yeah, I'm going to keep it going for as long as possible. They probably might shut it off overnight, but I guess we'll wait and see what happens. So, right now, I'm going to take my snack break here, and then I'll be back in a little bit to play some more. For now, enjoy the trains in DeKalb. Okay. All right. So that is that. That is that game. So let me go over and switch the colors and stuff back. All right. Well, I'm glad that everything here has gotten its act together. After those technical problems that we've had for like several hours straight. But now that we've gotten it all figured out, well, it actually figured itself out. Now, we are ready to continue on here. I realized there was actually something I did not put back on earlier. I want to take a moment to do that now while it's preparing. That would be Columbus, Wisconsin, evening Borealis. It's 1633, 24-hour time. Yeah, we didn't get to play too much today, didn't we? But I mean, that's, I guess, sort of normal. Because, I mean, this is the first Roblox show back at the Tuesday time slot for, I mean, a while. Alright. Okay, so we'll do, let's see. Yeah, Kendall, there's still some work to do there. So, County. Let's do Bolingbrook. Toll Plaza. So I'm going to keep the Weather Radio Canada thing going for another 2 hours on terms of SDR. Well, in fact, I'm going to keep the SDR going until midnight. If the transmitters are not. If the transmitters are not shut off. Again, keep waiting and see what happens. Alright, let's pick a song from our tracks here. Alright, let's do this one, actually. Let me turn the game down. Now, here we go. Turn the game sound out even more. Actually, nah. Well, we're gonna transition to another game here soon anyway, so. Let's do Roblox 6. Let's go the other way now. that's enough of that. Alright, now for a game we haven't touched yet. In a while. This doghouse game. Let's see. Oh, nice. Relcott XP. That's probably why there was the Microsoft Sam voice on this thing. That explains it. Are you sure about that? Maybe not all the elements have loaded yet. Yeah, maybe not every element has loaded yet.
Are you sure about that?
Code then. Select arming mode.
Yep, there we go. There's the same voice. Let's turn the ceiling fan. Oh, I have to press the up arrow. There we go. Can we do ADR on this? Yeah. Let's recreate the Weather Radio Canada shutdown announcement. Well, not in the game, but in the form of sending an administrative Yeah, there's no message there. Yeah, there was no message there. 9:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Too bad we won't be hearing the Tom voice anymore. For real. For real this time, unless Environment Canada changes their mind. Do I have to wait for this administrative message to expire before I can go send more stuff? Well, let's see. Let's see. Huh, have to wait. Well, that makes sense. It's such a shame that Weather Radio Canada is no longer with us. FM 87.5. Jan 1. And there we go, that shows the previous product. Alright, let's do it. This is for you, Weather Radio Canada.
This is a test message. This is a required weekly test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alert. This test is routinely conducted every week. Do not take action based on this test message. This is also testing the same system which stands for Specific Area Message Encoding, which instead of the standard tone of 1050 Hz, allows weather radios to only activate for the county of the alert, and also not sound for some alerts. This test is not intended to activate the emergency alert system. Same weather radios are especially useful for homes, businesses, and schools, as they can be chosen to warn for only their own county. NOAA Weather Radio will now return to its routine broadcast cycle.
Wait, what was that I just saw? This one was for Weather Radio Canada because it no longer exists. Well, the transmitters are still running, but they're still running and broadcasting the shutdown message. However, they won't be able to send the weekly test ever. So. For it to expire. So I'll have to wait for it to expire before I can send anything. That's the light switch. Now which one turned on those sprinklers again? That's the fan. So one of them is the fan. When it says unknown, now I can send something. Let's do the live code tornado warning for the Ohio tornado drill tomorrow.
Producing a damaging tornado. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar. Impact, tornadoes can form quickly and cause extreme damage to homes, vehicles, and businesses. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take shelter immediately. Tornadoes can produce extreme winds 65 miles per hour and above. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. If you are outdoors, lie down in the nearest ditch or enter a public building to take shelter.
Yeah, that's for the Ohio tornado drill. The Ohio and Michigan tornado drill, to be more exact, tomorrow. Oh yeah, and before we move on to the next game, there's actually one more. There's actually one more product I'd like to send. I would like to do on this thing. Alright, well, I can hit open. And silence. About to send something out. But I want to send something. It's just that this vault keeps opening. Find it. Let me make sure I get this right here. Well, this is also something Weather Radio Canada has transmitted a lot in the past. Something NWR does not do. Network message notification. is ready to be opened again at any time. So there's some light switches here. This is a furnace, apparently. And that's the smoke detector. And then I can open up the door. And then this is the light switch that powers these lights. So that's what powers these lights here. This one is way more advanced. Oh, is he testing the smoke detector now? Yeah, I suppose so. But still, I gotta wait for this to expire. Yeah, I gotta wait for it to let me do something before I can hit any buttons. I gotta wait for it to change to either automatic or unknown before I can hit buttons. Ooh, siren system. This one requires a key. There we go. It's ready. Where's this? Where's it at? This should be it right here. Oh my gosh. I've been waiting months for this.
All residents within 50 miles of the plant shall immediately proceed to a shelter and remain there until further notice. A life-threatening emergency is coming. Turn off all home air systems, close windows and doors, and proceed to a shelter as fast as possible. Do not wait.
Well, there you go. That's something I've been waiting to do in this game for a while. I can't seem to shut it off. All my life. No matter how hard I try. Oh, there we go, I got it to shut off. Well, what was with the... Wait, what? Oh. There's actual light switches here. That's really where the light is? Not that big of a help, isn't it? Oh, here we go. These are the lights. I can just flip the light switch on and off. Turn these off. Okay, so that's a trigger for these lights. Yeah, I forgot to check the ones upstairs too. There's the Xbox One and PS4. System message. SVC issues day 1 convective outlook. Max risk moderate. So that's interesting. There actually is actual valid outlooks, but again, that outlook is only valid in the game, not in reality. But so I suppose this is looking through the eyes of an average enthusiast or something. So yeah, here's some more up here. And all these actually do look mostly realistic. Well, some of these are real. Are Roblox recreations. I didn't hit the send button. This was sent automatically.
The National Weather Service has issued a special marine warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located over the waters. Waterspouts and when gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels, and create suddenly higher waves.
Make sure all on board are in a secure location. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34
and then it
knots.
shows the next part of the message. Shows the hazards.
Make
and
sure
the
all on board
locations
are wearing life jackets. Move to safe harbor until
hazardous weather passes.
I mean, by default, marine warnings are not relayed on TV. But
seek safe harbor immediately.
But weirdly enough, there actually is a Comcast affiliate. There actually is a Comcast cable provider mesoscale discussion. Watch likely, as in either 60 or 80%. So either of those. So, but the thing is, there's a Comcast cable provider in San Francisco that for some reason actually ends up relaying marine warnings, and I think that's the only one. That's the only area where marine warnings actually go through TV. Although everywhere else, the majority of the time it's tornado warnings only. But then there are some other areas that end up also relaying other products too, like flash flood warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't know if there's any that end up relaying watches too, but I know what was it, Fios in New Jersey? That was many years ago, but I don't know if it happens anymore. But again, I don't really know. I don't really know if it ever ends up happening again, but I guess only time will tell. And then there it is. There's the tornado watch number. And can I actually move this window around? Yeah, that's cool. And then I can actually mute this if I wanted to. So right down here, that's a countdown clock. That's the warning that the watch is about to go into effect. I don't know what that sound is. stopped. And then when the clock hits 0, that is when the watch goes into effect.
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for the local area. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail and damaging winds, in and close to the watch area. While severe weather should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Repeating, a tornado watch is now in effect for the local area.
Let's see if I can override it. Let's override it with this. Oh, I guess the thing... Okay, so I guess the thing overrides manual. I guess the thing overrides manual requests. And again, these are all custom discussions for this, well, being used in this game, sort of almost mimicking a severe weather event. But of course, it's just occurring in the game and not in reality. Let's see what we can do here with this. Let's see what we can do with this.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm very sure. I am very, very sure. Let's see if we can get it to ask the question again.
Disarming maximum. Leave area now.
Maximum arming? Wait, how the heck did that just happen?
Are you sure about that?
Where was it requested? Armed. Okay, stay.
Stay. Disarmed. Enter code then. Select arming mode.
So, how did they do all this? Like, is there like something somewhere in the on the homepage of this or something? I don't know. But whatever it is, I've not paid attention to it.
Disarmed. Select arming mode. Armed. Stay.
Okay. Intruder alarm. Press off to cancel. I'm pressing off. There we go. Alright, there we go. And then it just goes back to normal. The door's locked now. So there was like a strobe here. Relcott Security Division. So I guess that's what that strobe is. That's to let people outside know that the security system was activated inside of the building. No events yet. System message. A whole bunch of number signs.
winds greater than 58 knots, and hail. Hazard, severe winds in excess of 58 knots, and hail. Source, radar. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Because I want to see the very moment they pull the plug on Canadian radio history.
And is producing winds greater than 58 knots and hail. Hazard, severe winds in excess of 58 knots and hail. Source, radar. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So if the
This is an important weather message. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. A severe thunderstorm was located and is producing winds greater than 58 knots and hail. Hazard, severe winds in excess of 58 knots and hail.
Great.
Source, radar. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
Are you sure about that?
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's the power cable. Power cable. So that's what this is. Yep, and then that's gonna go.
This is an urgent message. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. A severe thunderstorm was located and is capable of producing a damaging tornado. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar. Impact, tornadoes can form quickly and cause extreme damage to homes, vehicles, and businesses. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take shelter immediately. Tornadoes can produce extreme winds 65 miles per hour and above. Flying debris will be deadly to those caught without shelter. If you are outdoors, lie down in the nearest ditch or enter a public building to take shelter. Doors, lie down.
And we can go down to the bottom here. That's what's doing everything on its own. And then the other room I have never seen this thing before, honestly. But, I mean, it is massive. This is a massive thing. And what's interesting is that there's, like, lights there that, I guess, show what products are... You know, I guess it doesn't show, like, what products are currently in effect. It just shows the... It just lights up the indicated light, showing the latest product that was received. So, if the next one were to be well, whatever it would be, then. So I suppose this thing sends out its own tests automatically. So, and I assume there's not going to be any of the higher level stuff. There's not going to be any of the higher level stuff on here, and I don't think we can override it. Override it to send manual stuff. And to send manual stuff in that sense, like what we tried earlier with the network notification message, or the network notification message, or the administrative message, or that or the manually initiated. Well, you get the point. You get the point. Basically, that's really what all is here. But all right, we got everything back up and running. I actually want to make sure that PLD is actually oh, that's right. I already closed Discord on here. So I would have to reopen it again just to verify that the PLD is actually functioning. It looks like it is. I must have hit a button or something that caused the I must have hit a button or something that caused the script to close. That's probably what happened. So there we go. Now it says that there's nothing active. And then let's see if we can send something else out now. Yep, now we can.
This is a very dangerous situation. The following message is transmitted at the request of the local chemical depot and the local emergency management agency. A major leak within the chemical depot has emitted dangerous amounts of radioactive material into the air. Residents within 20 miles of the facility shall immediately evacuate until the situation has cleared.
Of the facility,
All routes are available, including private or emergency lanes to help with the evacuation. If evacuation is impossible, close all windows and doors, turn off all ventilation, and attempt to get a hold of a respirator mask. If this is not possible, attempt to go into an underground basement sealed with outside air. If
Are you
are
sure about
outside, attempt to enter a building or ask an evacuating vehicle.
outside, attempt to enter a building.
So I guess that's what. So I guess that's what everything in this game does. There's like no timetable or something, which I mean is even more weird. All right. Well, I thought why not we do that game, because we haven't played it in quite a while. Oh, the RL scale. Remember that one. There's that Georgia revamp. Some other games that we haven't touched in a while. I mean, there's a lot of them that we haven't touched in quite a long time here. There's a lot we haven't touched in a while, so. So maybe that could be something. But as I've said, I'm going to keep the SDR thing going for another few minutes. All right. Okay. Why don't we go over to the that logo game while we while we get ready to wrap up our show. But yeah, well, as such, we're going to get ready to do our grand finale here of tonight's program. Here's the E of the Sega logo. Windows Phone. There is just the word angry. Seems like indestructible. And there we go. Now it's gone. And now angry has been mirrored. The word that is Windows Mobile. Windows Media. Oh, that's right, Windows Media Player. Oh, the Windows 11 logo. I see the new Windows logo isn't having a good day. Go. Go. It's just go. Go. I know there's supposed to be more than just that. Intel Play. I certainly don't remember that at all. I only remember not the logo on TV, but oh, Windows 10. Yeah, Windows 10. I see many people are choosing to stay with 10. Even 6 months or so after support ended. Well, actually, this is month 5 since the end of support. So I'm glad I took advantage of the. But as I have said before, I am just glad I'm taking advantage of the Consumer Extended Security Update Program. Taking advantage of the Consumer Extended Security Update Program for Windows 10. So, at this point, I currently have a couple of options in mind. And it has to do with my XPS laptop. I have a few options in mind for, regarding the future of it in my possession. If my summer part-time job involves a laptop that is compatible with Windows 11, I will retire the XPS. I will be salvaging its SSD from it. But if it's anything else, then I will be keeping that XPS in my possession, and instead, I will be putting Instead, I'm going to put IoT Enterprise on there, so that way, that thing can continue getting security updates for another. So that way, that thing can get more security updates for another 6 years. But hey, that's one way to extend the life of an old PC while maintaining it on the wall. But yeah, just like I did on Sunday, I'll keep these except for the SDR, as I'm going to be I'm going to be turning the SDR off around midnight or so. So maybe tonight will finally be the night I get to play around with Yu-Gi-Oh! Off air. Well, not the duels or anything like that, but rather... It did say sometime today that was to be the plan. But there was one set. Again, that I don't know. So I'll have to keep an eye on this, and then when the transmitters are officially shut down, or if anything changes, or if anything changes, then what happens. But for now, I mean, we're gonna need to tomorrow anyway. We're gonna need the SDR again tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow anyway, when we do the weeklies. Because, yeah, I mean, when we did this the last time, it was actually a huge success, so I thought, why don't we try it again? Alright. Now, folks... Now, folks, I think it's time to wrap this up. Go ahead and clear all of this. Of course, however, we got one last game. But of course, we're going to, as I've said, we're going to play one final game before we go. Oh yeah, there's that Uno game. We did not get to that Uno game today, and in fact, but you know what? I think we should. We should get to that Uno game before we let's play a round of Uno here before we get to the actual finale of our show tonight. So let's see, which one do we want? We definitely haven't played this one in a while either. Again, we were going to do this on Tuesday, but we had not done so. So here we go. I think everything that I've said earlier about, tomorrow and whatnot, I think that was everything that I wanted to state. In fact, while I wait for my turn, I'm going to set this up for tomorrow. Thursday, actually. But I'll read the taping cycle plan. Officially wrap this up. Wow, that's a lot of cards. 3 full cards. There's one that has 28. Oh, now there's 32 cards. Red. Yep, now we don't know how many cards Carmel has. Now I get 7 cards. about to play the... Yeah. That's a new sound. That tells me I've pressed the wrong key for the here. Or jump in the actual game. That's just letting me know that it's been idle for too long. So, yeah, that was just letting me know that it's been idle for so long. In fact, I don't think the shutdown's even going to happen, so I'm just going to go ahead and shut off the SDR anyway, so... Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and shut the, SDR off. I said I would do that after the air here. And then I think there was also something else I forgot to mention earlier at the start of the show.
Show for the fans!
Jumping in now. The 7.
Show for the fans!
Gosh, I got 25 minutes. Now we have only 7. Yeah, see the Lembo was talking with Beta about the Weather Radio Canada shutdown. So I was saying stuff about that at the start of the show. Because the Lembo joined us while we were in Cornerstone. I had Element on it. That was the case. Games than that. So, like Play 9 or 5 Crown, we found more exciting games than those two. Well, then Uno. But maybe we'll get to play it again someday, but who knows? Who knows when I will be able to. Well, other than this game right now. I'm saying Uno in its original form. One down to Uno and yeah, one down. Now I think we have.
Show for the fans!
Down to Uno. He's got an Uno. One card left. Well, I was about to take the 7, but I point. I was about to pull a 7. So now, basically got 3 seconds to make a choice. In the case of it picking which card to play, it'll be before you'll have to draw from the deck there. Alright, he's down to Uno again. Yeah, I'm getting ready in case the 6 is played again. Well, I would have been able to make a move anyway, so. It's really crazy.
Show for the fans!
We got like 10 players. Yeah, we have like 10 players here. I mean, the game gets even crazier when there are 10 people playing. I wouldn't have been able to play anything. We can't do anything.
Official!
He remembered to call Uno, otherwise he would have drawn 2 cards. Meaning once Billy plays the last card, it's game over. And that's it. Wow, Wow, that game lasted like what, 10 minutes? That was pretty long. Pretty long of a game, huh? Maybe this might become a series someday. I mean, it could, to be honest. I can maybe make that a series. But, I mean, I'll have to do a whole lot of name changes before, that happens. Alright. And I was thinking of one more game we haven't touched yet. And that's this one. And while that loads up, I'm going to go ahead and close both of these and switch this back over. I gotta check and see if I already threw tonight's tests in Maybe we need to load it again. Maybe loading it again might get us somewhere. Or might get us further, but let's see. Let's try and see if that gets us further. Bonus. Still got like 1,000 credits on here. Yeah, because I haven't touched this game in quite a while. Alright, up to the main arcade we go. So yeah, we'll play around in here for a bit. Around in here for a little bit, and then we will head over to I guess we'll head over to that bridge game, and then that is where we will be doing our finale, and that will be the end of this week's Roblox show. Uh-oh, you lost it. Well, we lost a letter because one landed on the N. This one had also landed on the N, so that's why I believe that's why I counted as lost a letter. We're gonna keep trying. And that's it. Let's roll the dice. Actually, no, I don't. because the darn wheel didn't want to move. That's why. That's because the darn wheel didn't want to move. That's enough. I don't want this to keep going any longer if it's going to take us an hour or so to get there. All right. Well, folks, it's time to wrap this show up. Let's go get situated over here. It's time for the conclusion of this week's Roblox show. Now that is amazing. Okay. Well, that is that then. Let me reset the game here. Okay, well, that was some other stuff that I didn't really care too much about. All right, and with that, that is going to bring this week's edition of our Roblox show to a close. So I got some final things to take care of here before we are done. I'm going to go ahead and reset the main and shut off the SDR receiver, or the SDR sector. Alright, so I've got all of tonight's tests put in there, including WMO Orlando, KFRX, WMBS, what's left of Salem, Cleveland, and much, much more. So, really, that's all that's up. Alright, so now that that's all been taken care of course, we got some final things to say here before we go. Of course, that being tomorrow, of course, is our weekly test show. So, of course, we'll be on again bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. when we bring that to you. And this is going to be a very different weekly test Wednesday, and it will be very different going forward because we are not going to have Weather Radio Canada with us anymore, which, I mean, is sad, but it'll take us some time to get used to it. So for the first time since before I even introduced Weather Radio Canada into my weekly test Wednesday rotation, we will be having a weekly test Wednesday without Weather Radio Canada. I mean, it's weird. It is very weird to say the least, but I mean, we got to get the Weather Radio Canada test for the last time, so we got to do that for the last time last week, so this is going to be very, very different this week. But, of course, the biggest question I have, are the transmitters going to be off by the time I wake up tomorrow morning? Or are they still going to be looping the discontinuation message? But, of course, that's one of the questions I have. And there's nothing for Wednesday, so I expect everybody to make their tests up, so well, to do their tests. But of course, as I talked about with the rest of the spring taping cycle, I'll be finishing Ticket to Ride up on Thursday, and then I can get to Yahtzee on Friday, and then hopefully by Thursday the 26th, next Thursday, I can get the Yahtzee show completed, and then I can move on to doing Sorry and a bunch of other projects as well. So, basically with what's left of the spring taping cycle. I'll go ahead and disconnect the microphone connection because we don't need it anymore now that we've shut off the SDR. Alright, so so of course we'll be stopped at 5 p.m. or so for my evening class tomorrow night. And also, I did finally manage to port over everything from last week. So that being all the Talking Ginger and the Talking Ben News and Talking Tom Ben News clips. So I've got those carried over, and I've updated the secondary storage of it on my micro PC. So pretty much we're all set to go here with the Talking Friends stuff. But of course, tomorrow I've got a lot of questions. So, since we will be without Weather Radio Canada going forward, are those transmitters all going to be switched off by the time I wake up tomorrow morning? Or will they still be looping the discontinuation message? Will Weather Radio Canada change their mind? Will Weather Radio Canada change their mind? Or, better yet, since there's no severe weather risk, will we have a perfect weekly test Wednesday? Will we have a perfect weekly test Wednesday show tomorrow? And what will the future of the Weekly Test Wednesday program on Playfield TV look like going forward without Weather Radio Canada? Well, we will answer all of those questions and more during tomorrow's Weekly Test Wednesday show, bright and early at 8:15 a.m., and we hope to see you then. But until then, I'm Mr. Planfald, and we wish all of you a very pleasant good night.